Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Roots of Magical Lineage. Long before the Ministry of Magic began keeping official records, long before the International Statute of Secrecy separated the magical and muggle worlds, wizarding families were already weaving the intricate tapestries of their lineages. In the quiet corners of ancient manor houses and hidden magical dwellings, family trees grew not just as records of birth and death, but as living monuments to the flow of magic itself through generations. Imagine yourself standing before one of these magnificent genealogical displays, perhaps in the drawing room of an old wizarding house. The parchment stretches before you, aged to a warm golden hue, with names written in flowing script that seems to shimmer slightly in the candlelight. Each name represents not merely a person, but a vessel through which magical power has flowed, transformed, and been passed down to the next generation. The very ink used to inscribe these names often contains magical properties, ensuring that the records remain accurate and that any attempts at falsification reveal themselves through subtle color changes or warning enchantments. The concept of magical lineage extends far beyond simple ancestry. While muggles might trace their family trees to understand their heritage or medical history, wizarding families have always known that their bloodlines carry something far more precious and mysterious, the gift of magic itself. This gift does not follow the predictable patterns that govern eye color or height. Magic chooses its own path through generations, sometimes skipping siblings entirely, sometimes manifesting in unexpected ways, and occasionally appearing in families that had long believed their magical days were behind them. You can almost feel the weight of centuries pressing down as you contemplate these family records. Each connection between parent and child represents a moment when magic was tested, when the ancient question was answered once again: would the gift continue? In some families, this inheritance flows as steadily as a river, with each generation producing witches and wizards of notable ability. In others, magic appears more like lightning, brilliant and powerful but unpredictable in its timing and intensity. The earliest magical families understood that their lineages were more than genealogical curiosities. They recognized that certain magical traits, abilities, and even vulnerabilities could be passed from one generation to the next. A family might discover that they had an unusual affinity for transfiguration that manifested in every third generation, or that their line produced an unusually high number of seers, their gift of prophecy flowing like an underground stream through the family tree until it burst forth in moments of great need or significance. Consider the ancient practice of magical bonding ceremonies that took place when a child first showed signs of magical ability. These rituals, which varied from family to family but shared common elements across cultures, served to formally welcome the young witch or wizard into the continuing story of their lineage. The child would often be presented with a special quill made from a phoenix feather that had been in the family for generations, used exclusively for adding new names to the family tree. The act of writing their own name, guided by parents or grandparents, created a magical connection that would persist throughout their life, linking them not only to their immediate family, but to all those who had come before. These family trees were far from static documents, enchanted with powerful preservation charms and connected to the life force of the family itself. They would update automatically as new members were born, as marriages took place, and as family members passed away. Some of the most ancient trees even recorded significant magical achievements, noting when a family member mastered particularly difficult magic, invented new spells, or contributed to the advancement of magical knowledge in meaningful ways. The magical properties of these genealogical records extended to their protective functions as well. Families discovered that the trees could serve as early warning systems, with names beginning to fade when a family member was in mortal danger, or glowing softly when a new magical child was conceived. Some trees were enchanted to reveal hidden connections, showing marriages or relationships that had been concealed for various reasons, or identifying distant relatives who shared magical characteristics despite having no obvious family connection. As you study these intricate family networks, you begin to understand how deeply the concept of magical inheritance influenced wizarding society. Families would carefully study the patterns in their lineages, looking for clues about what magical gifts might manifest in future generations. They would note the correlation between certain magical abilities and particular family branches, sometimes arranging marriages not for wealth or social position, but to combine complementary magical traits or to strengthen weakening magical lines. The importance of these family trees extended beyond individual households to the broader magical community. Magical scholars and researchers would study multiple family lineages to understand larger patterns in magical inheritance. They discovered that certain combinations of magical heritage produced particularly powerful witches and wizards, while other combinations seemed to result in magic that was more stable and predictable, though perhaps less spectacular in its manifestations. Some families developed traditions around their genealogical records that became defining characteristics of their magical practice. They might hold annual ceremonies where family members would gather around the tree to share stories of their ancestors, to perform magic that honored their lineage, or to seek guidance from the accumulated wisdom of previous generations. These gatherings often included rituals for strengthening family bonds, for protecting the family from enemies or misfortune, and for ensuring that magical knowledge would continue to flow through the generations. The trees also served as repositories of family magical techniques and spells. Particularly gifted family members would sometimes bind copies of their magical innovations directly to the family tree, creating a living library of knowledge that could only be accessed by blood relatives. These spell forms would appear as intricate patterns surrounding a person's name, visible only to family members, and readable only by those who shared specific magical traits with the spell's creator. As you contemplate the elegant curves and connections that map the flow of magical heritage through time, you begin to appreciate the profound responsibility that came with being part of such a lineage. Each person represented not just themselves, but all the magical potential that had been passed down to them, and all the magical gifts they might pass forward. This understanding shaped how wizarding families raised their children, educated them about magic, and prepared them to take their place in the continuing story of their bloodline. The most remarkable aspect of these magical family trees was their ability to reveal the fundamental truth about magical inheritance, that magic itself was larger than any individual family or bloodline. While pure-blood families might claim superiority based on their long magical lineages, the trees themselves often revealed a more complex reality. They showed how Muggle-born witches and wizards brought new forms of magical power into established lines, how love and choice could be more powerful than blood in determining magical ability, and how the gift of magic ultimately belonged not to any particular family, but to the magical world as a whole. The gentle rustling of parchment in an unfelt breeze reminds you that these family trees were, in their own way, alive, breathing with the collective magic of all the names inscribed upon them. They stood as testament to the enduring nature of magical gifts, to the bonds that connect all magical families across time and tradition, and to the magnificent complexity of magical inheritance that continues to shape the wizarding world to this day. As you step back from this ancient record of magical lineage, feeling the weight of centuries and the promise of generations yet to come, consider this. If you could trace your own connection to the vast network of magical heritage that spans the wizarding world, what gifts from the past would you hope to discover flowing through your veins? Chapter 2. Ancient Wizarding Genealogy. In the misty reaches of magical history, where legend and truth intertwine like ancient vines, the earliest wizarding genealogies emerge from shadows that predate written language itself. Tonight we journey into these primordial records, where the first magical families carved their lineages not in parchment and ink, but in stone circles, living trees, and the very fabric of magical reality. Picture yourself walking through an ancient grove, where the oldest magical families first established their genealogical traditions. The trees here are impossibly old, their bark scarred with runic symbols that pulse faintly with residual magic. These living monuments served as the first family trees in the most literal sense, with each carving representing not just a name, but a magical signature that would resonate through centuries. The Druids and early Celtic wizards understood that magic flowed most purely when connected to the natural world, and so they entrusted their family histories to these eternal guardians. Art of genealogical record-keeping among magical families evolved slowly, shaped by necessity, and the unique challenges of maintaining accurate lineages in a world where magic could alter memory, appearance, and even the fundamental nature of reality itself. Before the standardization brought by magical governments, each family developed its own methods for preserving and protecting their ancestral knowledge. Some inscribed their genealogies in silver that never tarnished. Others wove them into tapestries that would repair themselves if damaged. And still others committed their family histories to memory spells that could be passed intact from generation to generation. The most ancient of these genealogical traditions can be traced to the time when magical communities were small, isolated groups scattered across the world, like islands of wonder in a sea of mundane existence. In these early settlements, knowing one's magical heritage was not merely a matter of pride or curiosity, but often a question of survival. Certain magical abilities required specific training that had been developed within particular bloodlines over generations. A family that had mastered the art of weather magic might need to pass down not just the spells themselves, but the subtle understanding of atmospheric pressure and wind patterns that could only be taught by those who had lived with such knowledge from birth. As you trace your fingers along the carved symbols in the ancient bark, you can sense the weight of these early decisions about how magical knowledge should be preserved and transmitted. The families who chose to bind their genealogies to living trees made a profound statement about the nature of magical inheritance. They believed that family magic was part of the natural order, growing and changing like the trees themselves, but always rooted in the deep earth of ancestral wisdom. The standing stones that dot the British Isles and other magical regions throughout the world tell another part of this ancient genealogical story. Many of these monuments, which Muggles attribute to unknown prehistoric cultures, were actually created by the earliest magical families as permanent markers of their lineages. Each stone circle represents a different approach to genealogical preservation, with the positions of the stones encoding information about family relationships, magical abilities, and the flow of power through generations. Walking among these stones on a moonlit night, you might notice how they seem to hum with a barely audible resonance, as if the very rock remembers the voices of those who created them. The largest stone in each circle typically represents the family founder, while the surrounding stones map out the branches of their descendants. The spaces between the stones are as important as the stones themselves, representing family members who chose to leave the magical world, who were lost to war or disaster, or who simply faded from family memory as the centuries passed. These stone genealogies were particularly favored by the ancient families of Scotland and Ireland, who developed sophisticated methods for encoding complex family relationships in the arrangement of megaliths. They understood that stone would outlast parchment, that the earth itself would protect their family records long after their castles had crumbled and their treasures had been scattered to the winds. Some of these stone circles remain active to this day, continuing to record new births and deaths among the descendants of their creators, though the knowledge of how to read them has been lost to all but a few specialized researchers. The tradition of genealogical cave paintings represents another ancient approach to preserving magical family histories. Deep beneath the earth, in caverns that could only be accessed by those who possessed specific magical keys, passed down through bloodlines. Families created vast underground galleries depicting their ancestors and the magical achievements that defined their heritage. These painted genealogies often incorporated actual magical elements, with pigments made from ground gemstones, phoenix feathers, and other materials that would retain their magical properties indefinitely. Descending into one of these genealogical caves feels like entering a sacred space where time moves differently. The painted figures seem to shift and move in the flickering light of enchanted torches, acting out scenes from family history or demonstrating the magical techniques that characterized their lineages. Some families developed these cave systems over many generations, with new chambers being excavated as the family grew, creating underground networks that mirror the complexity of the family trees they document. The most sophisticated of these cave genealogies incorporated three-dimensional elements, with carved alcoves holding artifacts that belonged to specific ancestors, magical portraits that could interact with visitors, and even preserved specimens of magical creatures that had bonded with particular family members. These underground archives served not just as records, but as training grounds where young family members could learn directly from the preserved wisdom of their ancestors. The transition from these ancient permanent methods of genealogical preservation to more portable and flexible systems began during the period when magical families started to interact more frequently with each other and with the broader wizarding community. The development of magical parchments that could resist aging, fire, and water damage revolutionized family record keeping, allowing genealogies to be copied, shared, and updated more easily than had ever been possible with stone or cave-based systems. However, this transition was not without its controversies and challenges. Many of the older magical families viewed the new parchment-based genealogies with suspicion, believing that the ancient methods provided better protection against forgery and magical interference. They argued that anyone could enchant parchment to show false lineages, while the stone circles and cave paintings required such profound magical knowledge to create that they served as their own authentication. The compromise that emerged from these debates led to the development of hybrid systems, where families would maintain their ancient genealogical monuments while also creating portable parchment copies for practical use. The stone circles and cave paintings served as master records, while the parchment versions functioned as working documents that could be consulted regularly without making the pilgrimage to remote ancestral sites. This period also saw the development of the first standardized genealogical notation systems as magical families realized the need for common conventions that would allow their records to be understood by other wizarding families and by the emerging magical institutions that were beginning to regulate various aspects of wizarding life. The symbols and conventions developed during this time became the foundation for all subsequent magical genealogical work, creating a universal language that could capture the complexity of magical inheritance patterns. The ancient genealogists also pioneered techniques for dealing with the unique challenges that magic presented to family record keeping. They developed methods for tracking family members who had been transformed by curses or who had chosen to live in animal form, systems for recording marriages between wizards and magical creatures, and protocols for documenting the inheritance of magical objects and familiars that were passed down through family lines. As you contemplate these ancient innovations in genealogical preservation, you begin to appreciate how the earliest magical families laid the groundwork for all subsequent understanding of magical inheritance. Their methods may seem primitive compared to the sophisticated family trees of later periods, but they captured something essential about the nature of magical heritage that more modern systems sometimes overlooked: the understanding that magical families were part of larger natural and mystical systems that connected them to the earth, the sky, and the fundamental forces that govern magical reality. The echoes of their ancient wisdom still resonate in the genealogical practices of contemporary magical families, reminding us that family trees are more than mere records of birth and death, but living documents that capture the eternal flow of magical power through time and generation. As the mists of ancient memory swirl around these primordial genealogical traditions, carrying whispers of names and lineages that stretch back to the very dawn of magical civilization, what secrets of your own ancestral magic would you hope to discover, carved in stone or painted in the depths of the earth? Chapter 3. The Sacred 28. In the shadows of Wizarding Society's most exclusive circles, where crystal chandeliers cast prismatic light across ancient family crests, and whispered conversations carry the weight of centuries, there exists a list that has shaped magical Britain more profoundly than any law or decree. Tonight, we explore the Sacred 28, that infamous catalogue of pure-blood families whose genealogical obsessions became both their greatest pride and their most tragic limitation. Picture yourself in the drawing room of a grand wizarding estate, where portraits of stern-faced ancestors gaze down from gilt frames, their painted eyes following your movement with centuries of accumulated judgment. Here, on a pedestal of black marble, rests a leather-bound volume whose pages contain what its creators considered the most important genealogical information in the wizarding world. The definitive list of families who could claim, without question or compromise, that they possessed not a single drop of Muggle blood in their veins. The Sacred 28 emerged from the work of an anonymous author who published this directory in the 1930s, though the attitudes and beliefs it represented had been fermenting in pure-blood society for generations before its appearance. This mysterious compiler, working with the meticulous attention to detail that characterized the most obsessive genealogists, claimed to have researched every magical family in Britain, identifying those whose family trees showed no trace of Muggle ancestry as far back as records could be traced. The families named in this prestigious directory read like a roll call of magical aristocracy: Abbott, Avery, Black, Bulstrode, Burke, Carrow, Crouch, Folly, Flint, Gaunt, Greengrass, Lestrange, Longbottom, Macmillan, Malfoy, Knott, Ollivander, Parkinson, Pruitt, Rosier, Roll, Selwyn, Shacklebolt, Shafiq, Slughorn, Travers, Weasley, and Yaxley. Each name carried with it not just genealogical significance, but enormous social and political weight in the complex hierarchy of wizarding society. As you run your finger down this list of names, each one inscribed in elegant calligraphy that seems to shimmer with pride and prejudice in equal measure, you can almost feel the generations of careful breeding, strategic marriages, and ruthless exclusion that went into maintaining these pure bloodlines. The families listed here had spent centuries guarding their genealogical records with the same intensity that they might protect their most precious magical artifacts, viewing any suggestion of Muggle ancestry as a stain that could never be cleansed. The creation and circulation of the Sacred 28 represented more than mere genealogical interest. It was a political manifesto disguised as academic research. By codifying which families deserved recognition as truly pure blood, the directory's anonymous author was making a powerful statement about who belonged in the highest echelons of wizarding society and who should be excluded from positions of power and influence. The influence of this list extended far beyond social gatherings and marriage arrangements. Many of the families named in the Sacred 28 used their status to dominate magical institutions, from the Ministry of Magic to the Wizengamot, creating an interconnected network of pure blood influence that shaped wizarding law, education, and culture for decades. They viewed themselves as the guardians of magical tradition, the keepers of ancient knowledge, and the rightful rulers of a world they believed belonged to them by birthright. However, the reality behind these carefully maintained genealogies was far more complex and contradictory than the Sacred 28's adherents cared to admit. Even the most cursory examination of these family trees revealed gaps, inconsistencies, and suspicious omissions that suggested the purity these families claimed was more aspiration than reality. Generations of careful editing had removed inconvenient relatives, obscured embarrassing connections, and fabricated noble origins where none existed. The Black family tapestry, perhaps the most complete surviving example of Sacred 28 genealogy, illustrates both the obsessive attention to bloodline purity and the violent consequences of this obsession. Names burned from the family tree serve as stark reminders of family members who dared to marry muggles or muggle-born wizards, their existence erased, as if their love had been a crime against their very nature. Yet, even this carefully curated family record shows signs of the editing and manipulation that characterized pure-blood genealogy throughout this period. Consider the tragic irony embedded in the very existence of the Sacred 28. In their desperate attempt to preserve magical purity, these families often found themselves breeding within increasingly narrow circles, intermarrying with cousins and distant relatives, until their family trees began to resemble tangled knots rather than branching networks. The Gaunt family, descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself, exemplified the ultimate consequence of this genealogical obsession, with generations of inbreeding producing individuals whose mental instability and magical weakness directly contradicted everything the pure blood movement claimed to represent. The Sacred 28 also revealed the arbitrary and often hypocritical nature of pure blood classifications. Some families earned their place on the list through centuries of careful documentation, while others seem to have been included based on wealth, influence, or simple oversight on the part of the mysterious compiler. The absence of certain obviously pure blood families from the list, and the inclusion of others whose purity was questionable, suggested that social and political considerations played as large a role as genealogical accuracy in determining membership in this exclusive club. The economic implications of Sacred 28 status cannot be overlooked. These families used their genealogical credentials to justify their control over significant portions of the wizarding economy, from Gringotts Bank to Diagon Alley's most prestigious shops. They created an informal but powerful network of business relationships that excluded those who could not demonstrate appropriate bloodline credentials, perpetuating economic inequality alongside social discrimination. The educational impact of the Sacred 28 extended into Hogwarts itself, where children from these families often arrived with a sense of entitlement and superiority that shaped their interactions with classmates from less distinguished backgrounds. The Sorting Hat's placement of students into houses sometimes reflected these family prejudices, with certain Sacred 28 families developing strong associations with particular houses, especially Slytherin, where the values of blood purity found their most sympathetic home. Yet, even within the Sacred 28, there existed families who began to question the wisdom and morality of pure blood supremacy. The Weasley family, despite their inclusion on the list, became notorious among their pure blood peers for their acceptance of muggles and muggle-born wizards. Their willingness to associate with blood traitors and their obvious lack of concern for maintaining pure blood traditions made them pariahs among many of their supposed peers, demonstrating that inclusion on the Sacred 28 was no guarantee of ideological conformity. The Potter family's absence from the Sacred 28, despite their obvious magical heritage and ancient lineage, illustrates another aspect of the list's political nature. Some families were excluded not because they lacked pure blood credentials, but because their political views or social associations made them unwelcome in pure blood circles. Their willingness to associate with blood traitors, and their obvious lack of concern for maintaining pure blood traditions, made them pariahs among many of their supposed peers, demonstrating that inclusion on the Sacred 28 was no guarantee of ideological conformity. The Potter family's absence from the Sacred 28, despite their obvious magical heritage and ancient lineage, illustrates another aspect of the list's political nature. Some families were excluded not because they lacked pure blood credentials, but because their political views or social associations made them unwelcome in pure blood circles. This selective genealogy revealed that the Sacred 28 was as much about ideology as it was about ancestry. The rise of Lord Voldemort brought the implications of Sacred 28 ideology into sharp and terrifying focus. Many families on the list found themselves faced with a choice between maintaining their comfortable social positions and opposing a movement that claimed to champion their supposed genetic superiority. Some, like the Malfoys, embraced the Dark Lord's vision enthusiastically, while others discovered that their commitment to pure-blood ideology was less absolute than they had believed when confronted with its ultimate consequences. The aftermath of Voldemort's defeat forced the wizarding world to confront the toxic legacy of the Sacred 28 and the pure-blood supremacy it represented. Families who had once worn their inclusion on the list as a badge of honor found themselves defending their reputations and questioning beliefs that had shaped their identities for generations. The careful genealogies that had once been sources of pride became reminders of shame and complicity in a movement that had brought terror and division to the magical world. As you close the leather-bound volume containing the Sacred 28, feeling the weight of all the prejudice and pain contained within its carefully catalogued names, you might reflect on how these families' obsession with genealogical purity ultimately corrupted the very thing they sought to preserve. Their family trees, pruned and shaped by generations of prejudice, became monuments not to magical excellence, but to the dangerous folly of believing that ancestry determines worth. In the gentle silence that follows this examination of pure-blood genealogy, with its complex mixture of pride and prejudice, tradition and tragedy, consider this: how might the wizarding world have developed differently if these powerful families had chosen to celebrate magical diversity rather than obsessing over the supposed purity of their bloodlines? Chapter 4: Squibs and Blood Traitors. In the hushed corridors of wizarding family histories, where golden names shine with pride and dark secrets lurk in forgotten corners, there exist stories that pure-blood families would prefer to keep hidden. Tonight, we explore the painful chapters written by those who were cast out from their magical lineages, the squibs who could not perform magic, and the blood traitors who chose love over legacy, compassion over convention. Picture yourself standing before a family tree where certain names have been deliberately obscured, their branches severed as if they never existed. The empty spaces on these genealogical records tell stories more powerful than any golden inscription, marking the places where family members once belonged before their inability to conform to pure-blood expectations led to their exile from the only world they had ever known. The term squib carries with it centuries of disappointment, shame, and profound tragedy within magical families. These individuals, born to magical parents, but lacking the ability to perform magic themselves, represent everything that pure-blood ideology feared most: the possibility that magical power was not guaranteed by ancestry, that even the most carefully maintained bloodlines could produce children who belonged neither to the magical world nor fully to the Muggle one. Imagine the heartbreak of parents who had spent their lives believing in the supremacy of magical blood, only to watch their child grow up unable to levitate a feather, light a candle with their wand, or perform the simplest charm that came naturally to their siblings. For families whose entire identity rested on their magical heritage, the birth of a squib child represented not just personal disappointment, but a fundamental challenge to their worldview. The fate of squibs within pure-blood families varied greatly depending on the family's particular brand of prejudice and their capacity for love. Some families, like the Blacks, dealt with their squib relatives through complete erasure, burning their names from family trees and forbidding any mention of their existence. These unfortunate individuals found themselves not just magically disabled, but socially dead, mourned as if they had perished in infancy, rather than simply failed to meet their family's impossible standards. Other families chose a different form of cruelty, keeping their squib relatives as servants or caretakers, constant reminders of magical failure who could be useful without ever being truly accepted. These squibs lived lives of quiet desperation, surrounded by magic they could never access, watching their siblings and cousins perform feats that remained forever beyond their reach. They became ghosts haunting their own family homes, present but never truly belonging. The story of Arabella Fig represents a more compassionate approach to the squib condition, though even her tale carries undertones of isolation and loss. Living in the Muggle world but maintaining connections to the magical community through her role as a guardian and informant, she found a purpose that bridged both worlds without fully belonging to either. Her love for magical creatures, and her willingness to serve the cause of good demonstrated that the absence of magical ability did not diminish one's capacity for courage or loyalty. Consider the profound psychological impact of growing up as a squib in a magical family. These children spent their early years surrounded by wonders they could observe, but never participate in, watching younger siblings master spells that remained impossible for them to attempt. They lived with the constant awareness that they were disappointments to their parents, failures in the most fundamental way their families could imagine. The educational challenges faced by squib children were particularly heartbreaking. While their magical siblings received Hogwarts letters and embarked on 7 years of magical education, squibs were left behind, often with no clear path forward. The wizarding world provided no special schools or support systems for these individuals, leaving their families to improvise solutions that often involved hiding the child's condition from the broader magical community. Some squib children were sent to Muggle schools, where they struggled to understand a world their families had taught them to view with disdain or fear. Others received private tutoring at home, learning Muggle subjects from tutors who often shared their families' prejudices against non-magical people. A few fortunate squibs found families willing to embrace Muggle culture and help them build meaningful lives in the non-magical world, though such acceptance required parents to abandon many of their own deeply held beliefs about magical superiority. The phenomenon of blood traitors represented a different but equally painful form of family estrangement. These were magical individuals who possessed all the abilities their families valued, but chose to reject the ideology of pure blood supremacy. Their crimes were not failures of magical ability, but failures of loyalty to the prejudices that defined their families' identities. Arthur Weasley exemplified the blood traitor in its most positive form, a pure-blood wizard whose fascination with Muggle culture and genuine respect for non-magical people made him an outcast among his supposed peers. His enthusiasm for Muggle inventions and his friendships with Muggle-born wizards represented a fundamental rejection of everything the sacred 28 families claimed to believe. Yet, his magical ability was never in question, making his defection all the more threatening to pure-blood ideology. The Weasley family's treatment by other pure-blood families illustrated the social consequences of being labeled blood traitors. Despite their ancient magical lineage and undeniable magical ability, they were ostracized, mocked, and excluded from the social circles that might otherwise have welcomed them. Their poverty, which resulted partly from Arthur's principled refusal to engage in the corrupt practices that enriched other pure-blood families, became both a source of shame and a badge of honor. Sirius Black's story represents perhaps the most dramatic example of blood traitor persecution within a pure-blood family. His rejection of his family's values, his friendship with those they considered beneath their notice, and his eventual placement in Gryffindor rather than Slytherin marked him as a failure in his parents' eyes, long before his final break with Black family tradition. His name's removal from the family tapestry symbolized not just personal rejection, but the family's attempt to maintain their pure-blood credibility by disowning their most famous member. The emotional toll of disownment fell heavily on both sides of these family ruptures. Parents who burned their children's names from family trees were forced to live with the knowledge that they had chosen ideology over love, while the disowned children faced the trauma of losing not just their families, but their entire social identity within the wizarding world. Some blood traitors found new families among those who shared their values, creating bonds of choice that proved stronger than bonds of blood. The adoption of Harry Potter by the Weasley family, though informal, demonstrated how magical families could grow through love and acceptance rather than merely through birth and bloodline. These chosen families often developed their own traditions and genealogies, celebrating relationships based on mutual respect and shared values rather than shared ancestry. The children of blood traitors faced unique challenges in navigating their place within wizarding society. They inherited the stigma of their parents' choices while often lacking the financial and social resources that pure blood status might have provided. Yet many of these children became some of the most principled and courageous members of their generation, shaped by their parents' example of choosing what was right over what was easy. The broader magical community's response to squibs and blood traders revealed deep contradictions within wizarding society's stated values. While magical culture claimed to value ability and achievement, its treatment of squibs suggested that family connections mattered more than individual worth. Similarly, while the wizarding world supposedly prized courage and moral character, blood traders often found themselves punished for displaying exactly these qualities. The legal and institutional discrimination faced by squibs extended beyond family rejection to encompass their entire relationship with magical society. They could not own wands, could not legally perform magic even if they somehow acquired the ability, and had no official standing within magical institutions. They existed in a legal gray area, neither fully magical nor completely muggle, with few rights and fewer protections. Yet many squibs and blood traders found ways to contribute meaningfully to both magical and muggle society, despite the obstacles they faced. Some became bridges between the two worlds, using their unique perspectives to foster understanding and cooperation. Others channeled their experiences of rejection into advocacy for other marginalized groups, becoming champions of equality and inclusion within magical society. The rise and fall of Voldemort brought the experiences of squibs and blood traders into sharp focus, as the Dark Lord's ideology represented the ultimate expression of the prejudices these individuals had always faced. Many blood traders found themselves on the front lines of the resistance, their personal experiences of pure blood persecution giving them deep understanding of what was at stake in the larger conflict. As you reflect on these stories of rejection and resilience, of families torn apart by prejudice and individuals who chose principle over comfort, you begin to understand how the treatment of squibs and blood traders reveals the true character of wizarding families and magical society as a whole. Their stories serve as reminders that love should be stronger than ideology, that family bonds should be based on acceptance rather than conformity. In the gentle darkness that surrounds these tales, from courage and heartbreak, where the excluded write their own chapters in the great book of magical history, consider this. What qualities of character would you choose to celebrate in your own family tree, and how might you ensure that love and acceptance triumph over prejudice and fear? Chapter 5. Magical Genealogy and Family Records. In the hushed sanctity of ancient libraries and family archives, where dust motes dance in shafts of golden light filtering through tall windows, we discover the meticulous art of magical genealogy. Here, surrounded by the gentle rustle of parchment and the faint shimmer of preservation charms, generations of wizarding families have painstakingly documented their lineages, creating intricate tapestries of names, dates, and magical accomplishments that stretch back through the mists of time. Tonight, as we explore these precious records and the dedicated souls who maintain them, imagine yourself carefully turning the pages of an ancient family chronicle, where each entry tells a story of love, loss, triumph, and the enduring human desire to remember and be remembered. The tradition of maintaining magical family records began as a practical necessity in the early days of wizarding society, when magical abilities were precious and rare, requiring careful documentation to understand patterns of inheritance and identify potential matches for magical marriages. Picture the first family chroniclers, working by candlelight with quills that never seemed to need sharpening, carefully inscribing names and birth dates in elegant script that would remain legible for centuries to come. These early records were often illuminated with magical illustrations that moved subtly across the pages, showing family crests that shifted between different heraldic designs or portraits that aged in real time to reflect their subjects' current appearance. The Black family tapestry, that infamous wall hanging that dominated the drawing room at Grimold Place, represents one of the most visible examples of magical genealogical record-keeping. Imagine standing before this massive textile artwork, its threads woven with magic to create a living document of family history. Names appeared and disappeared as family members were born, married, or disowned, while golden threads connected relatives in an intricate web of relationships that told the story of centuries of magical inheritance. The tapestry's ability to burn away the names of those who brought shame to the family revealed the darker side of genealogical documentation, where family pride sometimes overrode unconditional love. The methods used to create and maintain magical family records evolved significantly over the centuries, incorporating increasingly sophisticated magical techniques to ensure accuracy and longevity. Early chroniclers relied on basic preservation charms and careful storage in climate-controlled environments, but later generations developed self-updating family trees that automatically recorded births, deaths, marriages, and other significant events as they occurred. These magical documents drew their information from the same mystical forces that informed Hogwarts' acceptance letter system, somehow sensing changes in the magical world and updating themselves accordingly. Professional genealogists emerged as a distinct class within wizarding society. These dedicated researchers developed sophisticated techniques for verifying family claims, using magical analysis of blood samples, enchanted family artifacts, and even memories extracted through careful pensieve examination. Their work required not only magical skill, but also diplomatic finesse, as family histories often contained sensitive information about illegitimate children, adoption, disownment, and other matters that families preferred to keep private. The importance of accurate genealogical records extended far beyond mere family pride, playing crucial roles in magical law, inheritance disputes, and marriage negotiations. When ancient magical artifacts were discovered without clear ownership, genealogists would be called upon to trace their likely origins and identify legitimate heirs. Marriage contracts between prominent families required detailed verification of bloodline purity and magical inheritance patterns to ensure suitable matches. Even seemingly simple matters like Hogwarts house placement sometimes involved genealogical research, as certain magical families had traditional associations with particular houses that influenced their children's sorting. The magical techniques used to preserve family records created some of the most beautiful and sophisticated documents in the wizarding world. Self-repairing parchments ensured that family chronicles would remain intact even after centuries of handling, while color-changing inks responded to the reader's emotional state, highlighting particularly significant entries or revealing hidden information to authorized family members. Some family records incorporated sophisticated security measures, requiring magical passwords or blood authentication to access sensitive information about family secrets or hidden relatives. The development of magical photography revolutionized family record keeping, allowing genealogists to include moving portraits alongside written documentation. These enchanted images provided valuable additional information about family members' appearances, mannerisms, and personalities that written descriptions alone could never capture. Family albums became treasured heirlooms, passed down through generations as visual chronicles of magical lineages that brought ancestors to life for their descendants. International variations in genealogical record-keeping revealed fascinating differences in how various magical cultures approached family documentation. Some societies maintained communal records that tracked entire magical communities rather than individual families, recognizing that magical inheritance often flowed through complex networks of relationships that transcended traditional family structures. Others developed sophisticated coding systems that allowed them to record sensitive information about magical abilities, political affiliations, and family secrets in ways that protected privacy while preserving important historical data. The challenges faced by magical genealogists were both mundane and extraordinary, ranging from deciphering ancient scripts and faded inks to dealing with records that had been deliberately falsified or magically altered. Some family histories contained intentional gaps where embarrassing relatives had been erased from the record, while others included fictional ancestors created to enhance family prestige. Distinguishing between authentic family connections and fabricated lineages required considerable skill, and often involved complex magical analysis of family artifacts, inherited traits, and magical signatures. The role of family records in resolving inheritance disputes created an entire subspecialty within magical law, where genealogical evidence could determine the distribution of vast fortunes, ancient artifacts, and even family titles and positions. These legal genealogists developed rigorous standards for evidence evaluation, requiring multiple forms of confirmation before accepting any family connection as legally valid. Their work often involved collaboration with other magical professionals, including curse breakers who could safely examine dangerous family heirlooms and mind healers who specialized in recovering suppressed or altered memories related to family history. The emotional impact of genealogical research extended far beyond its practical applications, often providing individuals with profound connections to their heritage and identity. Discovering previously unknown relatives, learning about ancestral achievements and struggles, or uncovering family mysteries that had puzzled generations could be deeply transformative experiences. Some individuals found healing through understanding their family's history, while others discovered strengths and talents they never knew they possessed by learning about their ancestors' accomplishments. The magical world's approach to adoption and non-traditional families created unique challenges for genealogical record-keeping, as magical inheritance didn't always follow biological lines. Some adopted children developed magical abilities that reflected their adoptive families rather than their birth families, suggesting that love and intention could influence magical inheritance in ways that traditional genealogy couldn't explain. These phenomena required genealogists to develop new frameworks for understanding and documenting family connections that transcended simple biological relationships. The rise of Muggle-born witches and wizards presented another significant challenge to traditional genealogical methods, as these individuals often lacked any documented magical ancestry, yet clearly possessed powerful magical abilities. Genealogists worked to develop new approaches to family history that could accommodate these magical newcomers, while respecting their unique contributions to wizarding bloodlines. Some researchers specialized in tracing possible distant magical connections in Muggle-born families, uncovering evidence of squib ancestors, or long-dormant magical heritage that had skipped multiple generations. Modern magical genealogy has evolved to embrace new technologies and methodologies while maintaining respect for traditional approaches to family documentation. Contemporary genealogists use sophisticated magical analysis techniques to verify family connections, create interactive family trees that respond to voice commands and display relevant information on demand, and develop comprehensive databases that can cross-reference family information across multiple magical cultures and historical periods. The preservation of family records has become increasingly important as magical society recognizes the value of maintaining cultural heritage and historical continuity. Specialized archives have been established to house the most significant genealogical collections, protected by powerful preservation charms and staffed by trained archivists who can assist researchers while ensuring the security of sensitive family information. These institutions serve as bridges between past and present, helping contemporary magical families understand their heritage while contributing to the broader understanding of magical history and inheritance patterns. The ethical considerations surrounding genealogical research have become increasingly complex as magical society grapples with questions of privacy, family secrets, and the right to know versus the right to forget. Professional genealogists have developed codes of conduct that balance the legitimate interests of researchers and families with the need to protect individuals from unwanted revelation of sensitive family information. These guidelines help ensure that genealogical research serves constructive purposes rather than becoming a tool for harassment or exploitation. In the gentle glow of archive lamps, and the comforting presence of countless family stories preserved in leather-bound volumes, we see that magical genealogy represents far more than mere record-keeping. It embodies the fundamental human desire to understand our place in the great chain of existence, to honor those who came before us, and to create lasting connections that transcend the boundaries of individual lifetimes. As we prepare to continue our exploration of magical family trees, consider for this profound reflection: what stories do the records of your own family, magical or otherwise, tell about the hopes, dreams, and enduring love that connect each generation to the next? And how might understanding these connections enrich your appreciation of your own place in the ongoing story of human experience. Chapter 6. Inherited Magical Traits. Within the flowing bloodlines that connect magical families across generations, there exist gifts so rare and extraordinary that they appear only once in a century, passing like shooting stars through family trees before vanishing again into the depths of genetic mystery. Tonight, we explore these inherited magical traits, those wondrous abilities that remind us that magic follows patterns far more complex and beautiful than any wizard has yet fully understood. Imagine yourself in the quiet study of a magical geneticist, surrounded by charts and diagrams that attempt to map the inheritance patterns of the wizarding world's most extraordinary abilities. The walls are lined with portraits of individuals who possessed these rare gifts, their painted eyes holding secrets about the nature of magical inheritance that continue to puzzle researchers to this day. Here, in the gentle light of enchanted candles, we can begin to understand how certain magical abilities flow through bloodlines like underground rivers, sometimes emerging in unexpected places and unexpected times. The phenomenon of metamorphosis represents perhaps the most visually striking of all inherited magical traits. These rare individuals, blessed with the ability to change their physical appearance at will, carry within their DNA a gift so unusual that magical researchers have identified fewer than a dozen confirmed cases in the past century. Nymphadora Tonks, whose vibrant pink hair could shift to any color she desired, inherited this ability through a complex genetic pathway that skipped multiple generations before manifesting in her particular combination of magical heritage. Picture the wonder of discovering such an ability as a young child, watching your reflection change with your emotions, and realizing that your very appearance was as malleable as clay in the hands of a sculptor. Metamorphosis often report that their transformations are linked to their emotional state, with hair color shifting to reflect mood, facial features adjusting to mirror their feelings, and their entire physical being serving as a canvas for their inner self-expression. The inheritance pattern of metamorphosis abilities defies simple explanation, appearing to require a precise combination of magical lineages that occurs so rarely that many wizarding families go centuries without producing a single individual with this gift. Research suggests that the trait may be recessive, requiring both parents to carry dormant genetic markers that align in ways that magical science is only beginning to understand. The ability to speak Parseltongue represents another fascinating example of inherited magical traits, though one with far more troubling historical associations. This gift, which allows a wizard to communicate with serpents in their own language, has been traced through certain bloodlines for over 1,000 years, most famously through the descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself. The rarity of this ability, combined with its association with dark magic, has made it both feared and coveted throughout wizarding history. Consider the complex emotions that might accompany the discovery of Parseltongue abilities in a young witch or wizard. The power to communicate with creatures that most people fear, to understand the whispered secrets of serpents, and to speak in a language that bypasses normal human communication represents an extraordinary gift. Yet the historical association with dark wizards has made this ability a source of suspicion and fear rather than celebration and wonder. The inheritance of Parseltongue appears to follow a more predictable pattern than metamorphosis abilities, generally passing directly from parent to child through dominant genetic markers. However, the trait can remain dormant for generations before suddenly manifesting, and magical trauma or exposure to dark magic may sometimes awaken latent Parseltongue abilities in individuals who carry the necessary genetic predisposition. Seer abilities represent perhaps the most mysterious and unpredictable of all inherited magical traits. The gift of prophecy seems to follow no clear pattern of inheritance, appearing randomly across different magical bloodlines and manifesting in ways that vary dramatically from one individual to another. Some seers experience constant, overwhelming visions that make normal life nearly impossible, while others receive only occasional glimpses of future events during moments of great significance. Professor Trelawney's family history illustrates the complex nature of seer inheritance, with her great-great-grandmother, Cassandra Trelawney being a celebrated seer, whose abilities seem to skip several generations before manifesting again in a dramatically diluted form. This pattern of inconsistent inheritance makes it nearly impossible for families to predict when seer abilities might appear or how strong they might be when they do manifest. The emotional burden carried by those who inherit seer abilities cannot be understated. Imagine living with the knowledge of future tragedies, seeing glimpses of events you cannot prevent, and struggling to distinguish between true visions and the products of an overactive imagination. Many seers report feeling isolated from family and friends who cannot understand the weight of carrying knowledge about future events that may or may not come to pass. Natural legilimency represents another inherited trait that profoundly affects those who possess it. The ability to read minds without formal training or conscious effort creates both extraordinary opportunities and terrible burdens for those born with this gift. Unlike learned legilimency, which requires years of study and practice, inherited legilimency often manifests in childhood and can be difficult to control or suppress. Imagine growing up with the involuntary ability to hear the thoughts of everyone around you, experiencing the constant chatter of other people's minds as background noise to your own consciousness. Children born with strong inherited legilimency often struggle with behavioral problems, emotional instability, and difficulty forming normal relationships, because they cannot escape the knowledge of what others truly think about them. The inheritance pattern of natural legilimency appears to be linked to emotional sensitivity and magical strength, often manifesting more strongly in individuals who also possess other inherited magical traits. Families that produce natural legilimens often develop traditions and training methods designed to help their children learn to control and channel their abilities constructively. Magical creature bonding represents a category of inherited traits that enables certain wizards to form unusually strong connections with specific types of magical beings. Some families show remarkable affinity for dragons, with multiple generations producing successful dragon handlers and researchers. Others demonstrate inherited connections to phoenixes, house elves, or other magical creatures that seem to recognize and respond to specific bloodlines. The Hagrid family's apparent inherited affinity for dangerous magical creatures illustrates how these traits can manifest across generations, though often in ways that concern other family members and magical authorities. Rubeus Hagrid's ability to form bonds with creatures that most wizards fear suggests an inherited sensitivity to magical creature communication that transcends normal human limitations. Weather magic represents another inherited trait that appears in certain bloodlines, manifesting as an intuitive understanding of atmospheric patterns and the ability to influence weather conditions without formal spell work. Families with strong weather magic inheritance often produce individuals who can predict storms days in advance, call rain during droughts, or calm dangerous weather conditions through instinctive magical manipulation. The study of inherited magical traits has revealed that many of these abilities become stronger when they appear in individuals who possess multiple inherited gifts. A wizard who inherits both metamorphosis abilities and natural legilimency might find that their shape-changing powers are enhanced by their ability to read the expectations and desires of others, creating a synergistic effect that produces abilities greater than the sum of their parts. Magical researchers have also discovered that certain inherited traits seem to be linked to specific magical cores or wand affinities. Parselmoths often show strong connections to wands containing serpent-based cores, while natural legilimens frequently demonstrate affinity for wands made from woods known for their emotional sensitivity, such as willow or vine. The geographical distribution of inherited magical traits provides fascinating insights into the migration patterns and intermarriage histories of magical families. Certain abilities appear more frequently in specific regions, suggesting that isolated magical communities may have developed unique genetic concentrations of particular traits through generations of intermarriage within limited populations. The impact of inherited magical traits on family dynamics can be profound, particularly when abilities manifest unexpectedly or when they differ dramatically in strength between siblings. Families may struggle to understand and support children whose abilities require specialized training or create unusual challenges, leading to feelings of isolation and misunderstanding within the family unit. Some inherited magical traits carry with them not just abilities, but also vulnerabilities and sensitivities that can make life more difficult for those who possess them. Natural legilimens may find crowded places overwhelming, seers might struggle with depression caused by visions of future tragedies, and metamormige could face identity issues related to their constantly changing appearance. The preservation and study of inherited magical traits has become increasingly important as the wizarding world recognizes the value of understanding these rare gifts. Specialized schools and training programs have been developed to help individuals with inherited abilities learn to control and develop their powers, while research continues into the genetic mechanisms that produce these extraordinary capabilities. As you contemplate the intricate patterns of inheritance that weave these remarkable abilities through the tapestry of magical families, you begin to appreciate how these traits represent both the mystery and the wonder of magical genetics. They remind us that magic itself may be far more complex and beautiful than we currently understand, flowing through bloodlines in patterns that connect past, present, and future in ways that transcend simple heredity. In the gentle quietude that surrounds his exploration of inherited magical gifts, where each rare ability represents a unique thread in the vast tapestry of magical heritage, consider this. If you could inherit any magical trait from your ancestors, what ability would you hope to discover flowing through your bloodline, and how might such a gift change your understanding of your place in the magical world? Chapter 7. Family Magic and Protection. In the deepest chambers of magical understanding, where love transcends spellwork and sacrifice becomes the most powerful enchantment of all, there exists a form of magic so ancient and profound that it predates every written spell and outlasts every broken wand. Tonight, we explore the sacred realm of family magic and protection, where the bonds between parents and children, siblings and ancestors, create shields more powerful than any charm and defenses that endure long after those who cast them have passed beyond the veil. Picture yourself standing in a home where generations of love have woven protective enchantments into the very walls, where every lullaby sung to a sleeping child has added another layer to defenses that cannot be seen, but can be felt by anyone with the sensitivity to recognize such deep magic. The air itself seems to shimmer with protective intent, and you can almost hear the whispered promises of parents and grandparents, whose devotion created barriers that time itself cannot erode. The most profound example of family protection magic in recent wizarding history began in a small house in Godric's Hollow, where a mother's love created a shield so powerful that it not only saved her infant son, but marked him forever as someone whom the greatest dark wizard of the age could never truly harm. Lily Potter's sacrifice represents the ultimate expression of family magic, demonstrating how love freely given can transform into protection that defies every known magical law and confounds the most learned magical theorists. The magic that protected Harry Potter was not a spell that Lily cast with her wand, but rather a transformation of her very essence into a shield of love that wrapped around her child and remained with him throughout his life. This protection, born from her willingness to die rather than step aside and let her son be harmed, created a magical signature in Harry's blood that would prove to be Voldemort's undoing time and again. Consider the profound nature of this protective magic, which required no incantation, no wand movement, no magical training whatsoever. It sprang instead from the deepest wells of human emotion, from a love so complete and selfless that it literally changed the fundamental nature of magical reality around the child she sought to protect. This ancient magic, old when Hogwarts was young, operates according to principles that formal magical education barely acknowledges and cannot fully explain. The concept of blood protection extends far beyond Lily's sacrifice to encompass a vast network of family magic that has shaped wizarding history since time immemorial. When Dumbledore placed Harry with his Aunt Petunia, he invoked these ancient protections, ensuring that, As long as Harry could call his mother's blood family home, Voldemort's touch would burn, and his presence would be repelled by magic too deep and primal for him to understand or overcome. Family protection magic manifests in countless forms throughout the wizarding world, from the simple ward stones that guard family properties to the complex enchantments that some pure-blood families weave into their very bloodlines. The Fidelius charm, when cast to protect family homes, gains additional power from the emotional bonds between those it shelters, creating layers of secrecy that become stronger with each generation that lives safely within their embrace. Imagine walking through a house protected by generations of family magic, feeling how each room holds its own protective enchantments created by mothers worried about their children's safety, fathers determined to defend their families, and grandparents whose love extends beyond death to shelter their descendants. The kitchen might carry protections against poisoning, woven into place by a grandmother whose knowledge of dangerous plants and their antidotes became a permanent safeguard for future generations. The children's bedrooms in such a house would shimmer with lullaby magic, where songs sung night after night by loving parents create protective auras that guard against nightmares, dark creatures, and the fears that creep into young minds in the darkness. These musical enchantments, passed down through family traditions and strengthened by each generation's additions, form some of the most gentle yet impenetrable barriers known to magic. Family protection extends beyond physical spaces to encompass magical objects that carry the protective intent of their creators through generations. A mother's jewelry, worn close to her heart and infused with her love for her family, might become a protective talisman that shields her daughters and granddaughters from harm. A father's watch, carried faithfully through years of worry and pride, could develop the ability to warn family members of danger or guide them home when they are lost. The creation of family protection magic often occurs without conscious intent, arising naturally from the emotional bonds that connect family members across space and time. A mother's tears, shed in worry for a child's safety, might soak into the floorboards of a home and create a permanent aura of maternal protection. A father's prayers, whispered in the darkness over a sick child's bed, could invoke protective magic that lasts for generations. Some wizarding families have developed formal traditions around family protection magic, creating rituals and ceremonies that strengthen the bonds between family members and enhance their natural protective instincts. These might include annual blessing ceremonies, where family members renew their commitment to each other's safety, or coming-of-age rituals, where young witches and wizards are formally welcomed into the family's protective embrace. The protective magic that flows between siblings represents another powerful manifestation of family bonds. Brothers and sisters who have faced danger together often develop unconscious magical connections that allow them to sense each other's distress across great distances and provide protection when one is threatened. The Weasley family's natural ability to support and defend each other in times of crisis illustrates how sibling bonds can create protective networks that extend far beyond normal magical capabilities. Ancestral protection represents perhaps the most mysterious aspect of family magic, where the spirits or essences of deceased family members continue to watch over and protect their living descendants. These protections might manifest as warning dreams, as sudden inspiration in moments of danger, or as inexplicable strokes of good fortune that seem to occur whenever family members face serious threats. The creation of family motto shields and protective crests demonstrates how some families have attempted to formalize and strengthen their natural protective bonds. These magical emblems, charged with generations of family pride and protective intent, can serve as focal points for family magic and rallying symbols that call protective power to family members in their times of greatest need. Blood wards represent one of the most powerful and enduring forms of family protection magic. These enchantments, keyed to specific bloodlines, create barriers that recognize family members and repel those who mean them harm. The wards around the burrow, strengthened by generations of Weasley love and loyalty, demonstrate how family properties can become fortresses of protection that grow stronger with each passing year. The sacrificial aspect of family protection magic reveals its most profound and demanding nature. True protective magic often requires that someone be willing to give up something precious for the safety of those they love. This sacrifice might be as ultimate as Lily Potter's death, as ongoing as a parent's vigilant care, or as subtle as the countless small choices that family members make to put each other's welfare before their own desires. The healing power inherent in family protection magic demonstrates how love and protection are intimately connected. Families with strong protective bonds often find that their members heal more quickly from injuries, recover more rapidly from illnesses, and show greater resilience in the face of magical and physical trauma. This healing magic flows naturally from the same emotional sources that create protective barriers. Some of the most powerful family protection magic emerges during times of crisis, when threats to family members activate dormant magical abilities and create protections that surprise even the most knowledgeable magical practitioners. Parents faced with threats to their children have been known to manifest protective magic far beyond their normal capabilities, drawing on reserves of power that exist only in the deepest wells of parental love. The intergenerational nature of family protection magic ensures that these safeguards become stronger and more sophisticated over time. Each generation adds its own protective layers to the family's magical defenses, creating complex systems of enchantments that can adapt to new threats while maintaining the core principles of love and sacrifice that give them their power. The study of family protection magic has revealed that these enchantments operate according to emotional and moral principles rather than the technical rules that govern most formal spellwork. They respond to the purity of intent, the depth of love, and the willingness to sacrifice, creating magical effects that cannot be replicated through study or practice alone. As you contemplate the invisible networks of protection that surround every loving family, feeling the gentle strength of bonds that transcend death and distance, you begin to understand that family magic represents the most fundamental form of magical power. It requires no wands, no incantations, and no formal training, drawing instead on the deepest aspects of human nature and the timeless truth that love is the most powerful force in any universe. In the warm silence that embraces this exploration of family protection magic, where every act of love becomes a shield and every sacrifice strengthens the bonds that guard those we cherish most. Consider this. What protective legacy would you hope to weave into your family's magical heritage? And how might your own love become a shield that guards future generations? Chapter 8. Cursed Bloodlines. In the darker corners of wizarding genealogy, where family trees grow twisted and gnarled beneath the weight of ancient sins and forbidden magic, there exist bloodlines that carry within them the seeds of their own destruction. Tonight, we venture into the shadowed realm of cursed families, where the very magic that should have been their greatest blessing became instead a poison that flowed from generation to generation, corrupting everything it touched and ensuring that the sins of the ancestors would forever haunt their descendants. Picture yourself walking through the ruins of what was once a grand wizarding estate, its windows dark and broken, its gardens overgrown with thorns that seem to move with malevolent intent. Here, the very stones whisper tales of a family whose pursuit of power and purity led them down paths so dark that the magic itself turned against them, creating curses that would echo through their bloodline until the last bearer of their name drew breath. The Gaunt family represents perhaps the most tragic example of how a cursed bloodline can destroy itself through the very obsessions that were meant to preserve its greatness. Descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself, possessors of magical artifacts of immense power, inheritors of abilities that marked them as among the most gifted wizards of their age, the Gaunts should have been a family of legend and accomplishment. Instead, their fanatical devotion to blood purity and their willingness to employ the darkest magic in service of their beliefs created a spiral of degradation that ended in madness, violence, and genetic collapse. Consider the terrible irony embedded in the Gaunt family's fate. Their obsession with maintaining the purity of their bloodline led them to intermarry within increasingly narrow circles, breeding with cousins and distant relatives, until their family tree became a tangle of repeated names and concentrated genetic weakness. The very practices they believed would preserve their magical superiority instead created generations of individuals marked by mental instability, physical deformity, and magical abilities warped by inbreeding in dark magic. The shack where the last Gaunts lived stands as a monument to the ultimate consequences of cursed bloodlines. Marvolo Gaunt, reduced to ranting about his family's importance while living in squalor, surrounded by the decaying remnants of his ancestors' greatness, embodied the tragic endpoint of a family that had sacrificed everything meaningful in pursuit of an impossible ideal of purity. His violent rage, his inability to function in normal society, and his paranoid obsession with family honor revealed how the curse of his bloodline had warped not just his magical abilities, but his very capacity for rational thought. Imagine the horror of being born into such a cursed bloodline, inheriting not just magical power, but also the accumulated darkness of generations of ancestors who had chosen cruelty over compassion, power over love, and purity over humanity. The children of cursed families often find themselves struggling against inherited tendencies toward violence, madness, or magical corruption that seem to arise from their very DNA, fighting battles against enemies that live within their own blood. The curse that afflicted the Gaunt bloodline manifested not just in their declining mental state and increasing isolation, but in their relationship with magic itself. Their spells became harder to control, more likely to produce unintended consequences, and increasingly tainted with dark energy that reflected the corruption in their family's spiritual heritage. Magic, which should have been a tool for creation and wonder, became instead a weapon that turned against its wielders with increasing frequency and violence. The hereditary madness that plagued certain pure-blood families reveals how cursed bloodlines can create self-perpetuating cycles of destruction. Children raised by parents whose minds had been warped by inherited curses often developed their own psychological problems, not just through genetic inheritance, but through the trauma of growing up in households where violence, paranoia, and magical instability were normal parts of daily life. Some cursed bloodlines carry within them not just tendencies toward madness or violence, but specific magical afflictions that pass from parent to child like hereditary diseases. These might include uncontrollable magical outbursts that increase in frequency with each generation, inherited vulnerabilities to particular types of dark magic, or the gradual loss of specific magical abilities that leave each generation weaker than the last. The Lestrange family's association with dark magic and their participation in Voldemort's inner circle suggests another type of cursed bloodline, where the corruption comes not from inbreeding or genetic weakness, but from the accumulated spiritual damage caused by generations of involvement in dark arts. Bellatrix Lestrange's sadistic cruelty and her apparent joy in causing pain may have been as much inherited traits as personal choices, passed down through a bloodline that had been shaped by centuries of exposure to the most corrupting forms of magic. Consider how cursed bloodlines often become trapped in cycles of behavior that they seem powerless to break. Families cursed with tendencies toward violence find themselves producing generation after generation of individuals who resort to magical force to solve their problems, while bloodlines marked by greed or ambition create descendants who are willing to sacrifice anything and anyone in pursuit of power or wealth. The creation of cursed bloodlines often begins with a single moment of profound moral failure, when an ancestor makes a choice so fundamentally wrong that it creates spiritual damage that echoes through subsequent generations. This might be a murder committed for personal gain, a betrayal of family or friends for political advantage, or the use of forbidden magic that violates the fundamental laws governing magical reality. Some cursed bloodlines carry the weight of collective guilt for historical atrocities, where entire families participated in events so horrible that the moral stain became part of their magical heritage. These families might find themselves haunted by the spirits of their victims, afflicted with nightmares that pass from parent to child, or cursed with inability to find peace or happiness regardless of their material circumstances. The breaking of cursed bloodlines requires extraordinary courage and sacrifice, often demanding that family members acknowledge the sins of their ancestors and take active steps to make amends for historical wrongs. This process might involve returning stolen property, making reparations to families that were harmed, or performing acts of service that demonstrate genuine repentance for ancestral crimes. Tom Riddle's transformation into Lord Voldemort represents the ultimate expression of how cursed bloodlines can corrupt even the most gifted individuals. His inherited instability from the Gaunt line, combined with his mother's use of love potions and the circumstances of his conception, created a person incapable of love, empathy, or genuine human connection. His pursuit of immortality through Horcruxes can be seen as an attempt to escape the mortality that connected him to his cursed heritage, though this effort only deepened his spiritual corruption. The study of cursed bloodlines has revealed that these afflictions often manifest most strongly during times of stress or moral crisis, when individuals are forced to choose between right and wrong under difficult circumstances. Family members who might otherwise resist their inherited tendencies toward darkness find themselves overwhelmed by impulses and compulsions that seem to arise from sources beyond their conscious control. Some cursed families have developed elaborate rituals and traditions designed to help their members resist the worst effects of their inherited afflictions. These might include regular purification ceremonies, meditation practices that strengthen mental defenses against inherited madness, or formal systems of mutual support that help family members recognize and resist dangerous impulses before they can act on them. The relationship between cursed bloodlines and dark magical objects reveals another layer of complexity in these family afflictions. Cursed families often find themselves drawn to artifacts that amplify their worst tendencies, creating collections of dark objects that serve as focal points for inherited corruption and make it even more difficult for family members to break free from destructive patterns of behavior. The geographical concentration of cursed bloodlines suggests that the corruption can extend beyond individual families to affect entire regions or magical communities. Areas where cursed families have lived for generations often show signs of spiritual contamination, with increased rates of magical accidents, higher frequencies of dark creature sightings, and general atmospheres of depression or unease that affect even visitors who know nothing about the local history. The redemption of cursed bloodlines remains possible, though it requires dedication, sacrifice, and often multiple generations of sustained effort to overcome the accumulated damage of centuries. Families that succeed in breaking their curses often find that the process strengthens rather than weakens their magical abilities, as if the energy that had been trapped in destructive patterns becomes available for constructive purposes once it is properly channeled. The impact of cursed bloodlines on the broader wizarding community serves as a reminder that individual family choices can have consequences that extend far beyond their immediate descendants. The dark magic practiced by cursed families often spreads like a contagion, affecting their neighbors, servants, and business associates in ways that create ripple effects throughout magical society. As you contemplate the tragic fate of families whose pursuit of power and purity led them into spiritual darkness, so profound that it poisoned their very blood, you begin to understand how the choices made by ancestors can echo through generations, creating burdens that their descendants must struggle to overcome or succumb to entirely. In the somber quiet that surrounds this exploration of cursed bloodlines, where the sins of the past cast long shadows over the hopes of the present, consider, what choices might you make today to ensure that your family's magical heritage becomes a source of blessing rather than curse for future generations, and how might love and compassion serve as antidotes to the inherited darkness that threatens to consume those who forget the true purpose of magic. Chapter 9. Marriage and Magical Alliances. In the grand ballrooms of wizarding society, where crystal goblets catch the light of floating candles and ancient family crests adorn silk banners that flutter without any earthly breeze, marriages have always been far more than unions of hearts. Tonight, we explore the intricate world of magical alliances, where love and politics intertwine like dancing partners, and where the joining of two souls often serves to unite entire bloodlines in bonds that reshape the very fabric of wizarding society. Picture yourself observing a pure blood wedding ceremony, where every detail from the placement of flowers to the choice of music has been carefully negotiated to reflect the status and aspirations of two ancient families. The bride's dress, woven with threads of silver that sparkle with protective enchantments, carries the hopes of her lineage for continued prosperity and influence. The groom's ceremonial robes, adorned with his family's magical symbols, represent generations of accumulated power and prestige that will now be shared with his new wife's bloodline. The concept of strategic marriage among wizarding families extends far beyond the social climbing familiar to Muggle aristocracy. In the magical world, marriages can literally combine different types of inherited magic, creating bloodlines with new abilities and strengthening existing magical traits through careful genetic planning. A family known for their mastery of transfiguration might seek alliance with one famous for their skill in charms, hoping that their children will inherit the best magical qualities from both lineages. Consider the elaborate courtship rituals that developed among pure-blood families, where potential matches were evaluated not just for their personal qualities, but for their magical abilities, family connections, and the political advantages their union might bring. Young witches and wizards from prominent families often found themselves the subjects of careful study, their magical strengths catalogued, their family trees examined for any trace of undesirable blood, and their potential contribution to future generations assessed with the same attention that might be given to breeding magical creatures. The marriage contracts that formalized these alliances often read more like international treaties than romantic agreements. They specified not just the financial arrangements between families, but also the magical obligations that would bind the couple and their descendants. These contracts might include provisions for sharing family magical secrets, requirements for maintaining certain traditions, and detailed specifications about how children would be raised and educated. Imagine the weight of expectation carried by young people entering these arranged marriages, knowing that their personal happiness was considered secondary to the political and magical benefits their union would bring to their families. They were expected to produce children who would carry forward the combined magical heritage of both bloodlines, while maintaining the social positions and political alliances that their marriage had been designed to secure. The dowry systems that developed among magical families often included not just gold and property, but family heirlooms imbued with generations of magical power. A bride might bring to her marriage ancient spellbooks containing her family's secret knowledge, while a groom's family might offer magical artifacts that had been passed down through their bloodline for centuries. These exchanges ensured that each family gained access to magical traditions and abilities that had previously been closely guarded secrets. The Malfoy family's marriage patterns illustrate how strategic alliances could maintain and enhance a family's position within pure-blood society. Their carefully chosen spouses, typically from families of equal or superior social standing, helped ensure that the Malfoy name remained associated with wealth, influence, and uncompromising adherence to pure-blood ideology. Each generation's marriage choices reinforced their family's commitment to the values that defined their social circle. Some pure-blood families developed such complex webs of intermarriage that their family trees began to resemble intricate tapestries rather than simple genealogical charts. Cousins married cousins, creating bloodlines where the same magical traits appeared with increasing frequency and intensity. While this practice sometimes produced individuals of extraordinary magical ability, it also increased the risk of genetic problems and inherited magical instabilities. The role of matchmakers in wizarding society extended far beyond simple introduction services. These specialists, often elderly witches with encyclopedic knowledge of family histories and magical inheritances, served as advisors who could predict the likely magical outcomes of different pairing combinations. They studied family trees with the same intensity that healers might examine medical charts, looking for patterns that would indicate whether a particular marriage would strengthen or weaken the magical heritage of both families. Consider the tragic stories of young witches and wizards who found themselves caught between family expectations and personal desires. Some chose to rebel against arranged marriages, facing disownment and social exile, as the price of following their hearts. Others submitted to family pressure, but found themselves trapped in marriages that brought neither happiness nor the magical benefits their families had anticipated. The international dimension of magical marriage alliances created diplomatic connections that often proved more durable than formal treaties between magical governments. A marriage between prominent British and French wizarding families might create bonds of loyalty and mutual support that would influence magical politics for generations, while unions between families from different continents could establish trading relationships and cultural exchanges that enriched both bloodlines. The practice of betrothal contracts, sometimes arranged when the intended spouses were still children, represents one of the most controversial aspects of pure-blood marriage politics. These agreements, sealed with magical bonds that made them extremely difficult to break, sometimes created situations where young adults found themselves legally bound to marriages they had never chosen and could not escape without serious magical and legal consequences. Some families developed elaborate testing procedures to evaluate potential spouses, requiring suitors to demonstrate not just their magical abilities, but also their knowledge of proper pure-blood customs and their commitment to maintaining family traditions. These tests might include demonstrations of advanced magic, recitations of family histories, or participation in rituals that proved the candidate's worthiness to join the bloodline. The concept of magical compatibility between spouses went beyond simple attraction or shared interests to encompass the ways their magical signatures interacted and reinforced each other. Some couples discovered that their combined magical abilities created synergistic effects that neither could achieve alone, while others found that their magic clashed in ways that made living together difficult or even dangerous. The children of arranged marriages often carried the burden of representing the success or failure of their parents' alliance. Their magical abilities, social achievements, and personal conduct were viewed as reflections of whether the union had accomplished its intended goals. This pressure sometimes produced individuals of remarkable accomplishment, but it could also create psychological problems in children who felt they could never live up to the expectations created by their parents' strategic marriage. The breakdown of traditional marriage alliance systems began to accelerate during periods of social change and political upheaval. Wars, economic disruptions, and challenges to pure-blood ideology created situations where families had to choose between maintaining their traditional marriage patterns and adapting to new realities. Some families proved remarkably flexible, while others clung to outdated practices that ultimately weakened their positions. The emergence of love matches among pure-blood families represented a gradual but significant shift in magical marriage practices. Young witches and wizards increasingly insisted on having some say in their marriage choices, leading to compromises where families would arrange introductions between suitable candidates, but allow their children to make the final decisions based on personal compatibility, as well as strategic considerations. The legal frameworks surrounding magical marriages evolved to reflect changing social attitudes, while still preserving some protections for family interests. Marriage contracts became less binding and more flexible, allowing for renegotiation if circumstances changed, while still maintaining provisions for protecting family magical secrets and ensuring appropriate education for children. Some progressive magical families began to recognize that restricting marriages to pure-blood partners was actually weakening their bloodlines by limiting genetic diversity and reducing the potential for new magical combinations. These families started to seek alliances with talented Muggle-born wizards and witches, often finding that the introduction of fresh magical perspectives strengthened rather than weakened their family's magical heritage. The study of magical marriage patterns has revealed that the most successful alliances often combine strategic considerations with genuine affection and compatibility between the spouses. Marriages based purely on political or financial advantage frequently failed to produce the magical and social benefits their planners had anticipated, while unions that balanced practical concerns with emotional connection proved more durable and productive. As you reflect on the complex interplay between love and strategy that has shaped wizarding marriages throughout history, you begin to understand how these alliances have influenced not just individual families but the entire structure of magical society. The careful balancing of heart and heritage, passion and politics, continues to define how magical families grow and evolve. In the gentle twilight that surrounds this exploration of magical alliances, where ancient traditions meet changing times, and where love must navigate the currents of family expectation and social pressure, consider this: how might you balance the wisdom of your ancestors with the desires of your heart when choosing a partner to share your magical journey? And what kind of legacy would you hope to create through the alliance of two magical souls? Chapter 10: Lost Branches and Forgotten Names. In the quiet archives of magical genealogy, where dust motes dance in shafts of amber sunlight, and ancient parchments whisper secrets to those who know how to listen, there exist stories that have been deliberately erased from family histories. Tonight, we venture into the realm of lost branches and forgotten names, exploring the countless magical individuals whose existence has been obscured by time, tragedy, and the deliberate choices of families who found their relatives inconvenient to remember. Picture yourself in a vast library where genealogical researchers work by candlelight, comparing different versions of family trees and discovering discrepancies that hint at deliberate omissions. Here, in ledgers written in fading ink and family records that show suspicious gaps, you can trace the outlines of lives that were meant to be forgotten, but refuse to disappear entirely from the historical record. The phenomenon of lost family branches extends far beyond the dramatic name-burning practiced by families like the Blacks. In many cases, entire bloodlines have simply faded from memory through the accumulated weight of time, distance, and changing circumstances. These forgotten relatives represent some of the most poignant stories in wizarding genealogy, tales of magical individuals who became separated from their families through war, persecution, or simple geographical displacement. Consider the impact of the great wizarding conflicts that have periodically swept through magical communities, scattering families across continents and severing connections that had endured for generations. The global wizarding war of the 1890s displaced thousands of magical families, creating refugee populations that often lost touch with their ancestral homes and the relatives they left behind. Children who grew up in foreign countries sometimes knew only fragments of their family histories, passing down incomplete information that made it difficult for future generations to reconstruct their genealogical connections. The International Statute of Secrecy, implemented in 1692, created another type of family separation that continues to affect magical genealogies to this day. Some magical individuals chose to live permanently among Muggles, gradually allowing their magical heritage to fade from family memory as they integrated into non-magical society. Their descendants might carry magical genes that remain dormant for generations, creating the possibility that supposedly Muggle families could suddenly produce magical children with no apparent explanation. Imagine the confusion and wonder experienced by Muggle-born witches and wizards whose magical abilities seem to appear from nowhere, only to discover through careful genealogical research that they descend from magical ancestors whose existence had been forgotten or deliberately concealed. These hidden magical lineages remind us that the boundaries between magical and non-magical families are far more fluid than pure blood ideology would suggest. The practice of adoption within the wizarding world has created another category of lost family connections. Magical children orphaned by war, accident, or dark magic were often taken in by families with no blood relationship, sometimes losing all knowledge of their original lineage in the process. These adopted children might grow up with surname and magical training that bore no relationship to their genetic heritage, creating genealogical mysteries that could take generations to unravel. Some families deliberately obscured the existence of relatives whose magical abilities or personal choices embarrassed or endangered the family's reputation. A squib relative might be quietly relocated to a distant community and gradually erased from family records, while a family member who chose to study dark magic or associate with dangerous individuals might find their name removed from genealogies as if they had never existed. The phenomenon of name changes, both voluntary and involuntary, has contributed significantly to the creation of lost family branches. Wizards fleeing persecution might adopt entirely new identities, severing all official connections to their original families, and creating new genealogical lines that bore no obvious relationship to their heritage. These name changes often involved complex magical procedures designed to make the transformation as complete as possible, sometimes including memory modifications that helped ensure the individual's new identity would remain secure. Consider the heart-wrenching stories of families separated by the rise of dark wizards like Voldemort, where parents sent children into hiding with false identities to protect them from persecution. Some of these hidden children were never reunited with their families, growing up with foster parents or in protective care with no knowledge of their true heritage. The discovery of their real identities often came years or decades later, when it was too late to rebuild the family connections that had been severed by necessity. The loss of family records during magical disasters has erased entire branches of wizarding genealogy that can never be recovered. Fires, floods, and magical accidents have destroyed libraries and family archives that contained irreplaceable information about bloodlines and magical inheritance. The Great Fire of London in 1666, which had magical as well as mundane causes, destroyed numerous wizarding family records that had been maintained for centuries, creating genealogical gaps that still affect family research today. Some lost family branches result from the gradual drift that can occur when relatives move to different countries or continents without maintaining regular correspondence. Magical families that established branches in America, Australia, or other distant lands sometimes lost touch with their European relatives over the course of several generations, creating parallel family lines that developed independently and often forgot their common origins. The study of lost family branches has revealed fascinating patterns in how magical abilities can persist in bloodlines even when family connections have been severed. Researchers have discovered that certain magical traits continue to manifest in descendants of forgotten relatives, sometimes providing the first clue that these lost connections existed. A family might suddenly produce a child with abilities that seem completely unrelated to their known magical heritage, only to discover through careful investigation that these gifts trace back to a forgotten ancestor whose existence had been erased from family memory. The emotional impact of discovering lost family branches can be profound for both individuals and families. The sudden revelation that relatives thought to be dead actually survived and established new family lines in distant places can create complex feelings of joy, loss, and confusion about family identity and heritage. These discoveries sometimes lead to reunions that bridge decades or even centuries of separation, but they can also create difficult questions about inheritance, family obligations, and the meaning of blood relationships. Some genealogical researchers specialize in tracking down these lost family branches, using a combination of magical and mundane investigation techniques to piece together family histories that have been fragmented by time and circumstance. These specialists often work like magical detectives, following clues through old records, tracking down distant relatives, and using magical means to verify family connections that conventional research cannot confirm. The existence of magical portrait networks has sometimes provided unexpected assistance in locating lost family branches. Portraits of family members who move to distant locations occasionally maintain contact with paintings in their ancestral homes, creating communication networks that can preserve family connections even when the living relatives have lost touch with each other. These portrait networks have sometimes been instrumental in reuniting families separated by generations. The psychological trauma experienced by individuals who discover they are connected to lost family branches can be significant, particularly when the discovery involves families with dark or controversial histories. Learning that one descends from a family of dark wizards, or that relatives were involved in historical atrocities, can create identity crises that require careful counseling and support to resolve. Some lost family branches have been deliberately hidden not to protect family reputations, but to protect the safety of relatives who possess dangerous knowledge or abilities. Families with connections to powerful magical artifacts, secret magical techniques, or sensitive political information sometimes created false genealogies to protect their relatives from those who might seek to exploit or harm them. The reconstruction of lost family branches often reveals how much wizarding history has been shaped by individuals whose contributions were forgotten or deliberately obscured. Anonymous inventors of important spells, unrecognized heroes of magical conflicts, and influential figures whose names were erased from official records have all contributed to the development of magical society in ways that are only now being understood through genealogical research. The digital revolution in the Muggle world has created new opportunities for reconnecting lost magical family branches as wizarding genealogists adapt Muggle internet technologies for magical use. Online databases, social networking platforms, and digital communication tools have made it possible for distant relatives to find each other in ways that would have been impossible in previous generations. The discovery of lost family branches sometimes reveals that families thought to be extinct actually continue to exist in new forms and locations. This has implications for magical inheritance law, family property rights, and the continuation of magical traditions that were thought to have ended with the apparent extinction of particular bloodlines. As you contemplate the vast network of forgotten connections that lies hidden beneath the surface of recorded wizarding genealogy, you begin to understand how much magical history remains to be discovered in the stories of those who were lost, forgotten, or deliberately erased from family memory. These hidden relatives remind us that every family tree has roots that extend deeper and branches that reach further than official records suggest. In the gentle silence that surrounds this exploration of lost connections and forgotten names, where every family mystery hints at lives lived in shadow and love that transcended the boundaries of official recognition, consider this. What forgotten relatives might exist in the hidden branches of your own family tree, and how might their rediscovered stories change your understanding of your magical heritage and identity? Chapter 11. Modern Magical Families. In the evolving landscape of contemporary wizarding society, where ancient traditions meet progressive ideals, where the very definition of magical family continues to transform, we witness a quiet revolution taking place in drawing rooms and kitchen tables across the magical world. Tonight, we explore how modern magical families are rewriting the rules of lineage and heritage, creating new forms of genealogy that celebrate diversity, inclusion, the radical idea that magical worth cannot be measured by the purity of one's blood. Picture yourself visiting a modern wizarding home, where the family tree hanging on the wall tells a story that would have scandalized previous generations. Here, golden threads connect not just blood relatives, but adopted children, chosen family members, and magical guardians who have become part of the family through bonds of love rather than genetics. The traditional constellation of pure blood names has been joined by surnames from every corner of the magical world, creating genealogies that reflect the true diversity of contemporary wizarding society. The transformation of magical family structures accelerated dramatically following the defeat of Voldemort and the collapse of the pure-blood supremacist ideology that had dominated wizarding society for centuries. Families that had once defined themselves primarily through their ancient lineages and blood purity began to embrace new values that emphasized character, achievement, and contribution to the magical community over ancestral credentials. Consider how the Weasley family has become a model for this new approach to magical kinship. Their adoption of Harry Potter, though never formalized through legal channels, demonstrated how magical families could grow through choice and affection rather than merely through birth. When Molly Weasley insisted that Harry was as good as a son to her, she was articulating a revolutionary concept that magical families could be created through love and loyalty rather than inherited through bloodlines. The integration of Muggle-born witches and wizards into established magical families has created entirely new patterns of magical inheritance and family tradition. These marriages bring fresh perspectives, and innovative approaches to magic that often revitalize ancient bloodlines in unexpected ways. Hermione Granger's eventual marriage into the Weasley family represents this new synthesis, where intellectual brilliance and magical innovation matter more than ancestral pedigree. Modern magical families have also begun to develop new traditions that reflect their evolving values and diverse backgrounds. Instead of restricting themselves to ceremonies and customs inherited from pure-blood ancestors, these families create rituals that honor all aspects of their heritage, while embracing the magical potential of every family member, regardless of their blood status or magical abilities. Imagine attending a modern wizarding wedding, where the ceremony incorporates traditions from multiple magical cultures, where Muggle customs are honored alongside ancient magical rituals, and where the families celebrate not just the union of two individuals, but the joining of diverse magical traditions that will enrich future generations. These celebrations reflect a fundamental shift in how magical families understand their place in the broader wizarding world. The role of squibs in modern magical families has undergone a dramatic transformation from the shame and concealment that characterized previous generations. Contemporary families increasingly recognize that magical ability takes many forms, and that family members who cannot perform traditional magic often contribute valuable skills, perspectives, and connections to both magical and Muggle communities. Some modern magical families have developed support networks and educational programs specifically designed to help squib relatives find meaningful roles within the magical world. These might include careers in magical creature care, where intimate knowledge of magical customs proves more important than spellcasting ability, or positions in magical Muggle relations, where understanding both worlds creates unique professional opportunities. The emergence of blended magical families, where partners from different magical backgrounds bring children from previous relationships together under one roof, has created new complexities in magical genealogy and inheritance. These families must navigate questions about how to blend different magical traditions, how to ensure all children receive appropriate magical education regardless of their biological parentage, and how to create family bonds that transcend the traditional boundaries of blood relationship. Modern magical families have also begun to embrace technology in ways that would have been unthinkable to previous generations. While maintaining respect for traditional magical methods, many families now use magical adaptations of Muggle communication technology to stay connected across vast distances, creating family networks that span continents and time zones while preserving the intimate bonds that define family relationships. The changing nature of magical education has profoundly influenced how modern families approach child rearing and the transmission of magical knowledge. Parents who grew up during the era of pure blood dominance often find themselves learning alongside their children as they discover new approaches to magic that emphasize creativity, ethical use of magical power, and respect for all magical beings, regardless of their origins. Consider how modern magical families handle the complex question of family magical traditions that may have been tainted by association with dark magic or pure-blood supremacist ideology. Many families have undertaken careful examinations of their inherited customs, preserving those elements that reflect positive values while abandoning or transforming traditions that promoted discrimination or magical supremacy. The legal frameworks governing modern magical families have evolved to recognize new forms of family structure and relationship. Adoption procedures have been streamlined and made more inclusive. Magical guardianship laws have been expanded to protect children from diverse backgrounds, and inheritance regulations have been modified to ensure that family magical artifacts and knowledge can be passed to worthy recipients regardless of their blood relationship to the original owners. The international nature of modern magical society has created families that span multiple countries and magical jurisdictions. These global magical families must navigate different legal systems, cultural traditions, and magical practices while maintaining their essential family bonds. Their children often grow up multilingual in both mundane and magical languages, with perspectives that encompass the full diversity of the worldwide magical community. Modern magical families have also begun to address historical injustices committed by their ancestors, with some families making formal apologies and reparations to those who were harmed by their relatives' past actions. This process of historical reconciliation has created opportunities for healing old wounds while building new relationships based on mutual respect and shared commitment to magical justice. The emergence of chosen family structures within the magical community has expanded the definition of family far beyond traditional blood relationships. These families, formed by individuals who have created deep bonds through shared experiences, mutual support, and emotional connection, often prove as strong and enduring as those based on genetics. Some modern magical families have embraced deliberate diversity in their genealogical planning, actively seeking to incorporate multiple magical traditions, cultural backgrounds, and types of magical ability into their family structure. These families view diversity as a source of strength that enhances their magical capabilities and provides their children with broader perspectives on the magical world. The role of magical mentorship has evolved in modern families to include formal and informal relationships that supplement traditional parent-child bonds. Many magical children now benefit from multiple magical role models who provide specialized training, career guidance, and emotional support that helps them develop their unique magical talents and navigate the complexities of contemporary wizarding society. Modern magical families have also begun to document their evolving stories in new ways, creating multimedia family histories that include magical photographs, recorded memories, and interactive genealogical displays that capture the full richness of their diverse heritage. These modern family records reflect the complexity and beauty of families that have chosen to embrace change while honoring their most positive traditions. The impact of modern magical families on the broader wizarding community has been profound, contributing to increased social mobility, greater magical innovation, and more inclusive magical institutions. These families have demonstrated that magical excellence can emerge from any background, and that the future strength of wizarding society depends on embracing talent and character, rather than restricting opportunities based on ancestral credentials. The challenges faced by modern magical families include navigating prejudices that still exist within some segments of wizarding society, balancing respect for tradition with the need for progressive change, and ensuring that their children understand both their magical heritage and their responsibilities as members of an evolving magical community. As you contemplate the transformation taking place in magical families across the wizarding world, you begin to understand how these changes represent not just social evolution, but a fundamental redefinition of what it means to belong to a magical lineage. Modern families are proving that the true magic of family lies not in the purity of bloodlines, but in the strength of bonds created through love, choice, and shared commitment to magical values. In the warm glow of this exploration of contemporary magical families, where tradition and innovation dance together in creating new forms of magical kinship that honor the past, while embracing the future, consider this. What kind of magical family legacy would you hope to create in this new era, and how might your choices today contribute to a wizarding world where every magical child can find a place to belong and flourish? Chapter 12. The Living Legacy. As our journey through the intricate tapestry of magical lineage draws to its gentle close, we find ourselves standing at the threshold between past and future, where the wisdom of countless generations flows forward into the promise of tomorrow. Tonight, in this final chapter, we explore the living legacy of magical families, understanding how every witch and wizard becomes both inheritor and ancestor, carrying forward the best of their heritage, while creating new branches on the eternal tree of magical kinship. Picture yourself in a garden where ancient trees grow alongside saplings, their roots intertwined beneath the earth, in patterns too complex for any single observer to fully comprehend. Here, in the dappled light that filters through leaves both old and new, you can sense how the magic that flows through family trees continues to evolve, adapting to new circumstances, while maintaining the essential connections that bind all magical beings together across time and generation. The concept of living legacy transcends the static records of genealogical charts and family trees, encompassing instead the dynamic flow of magical gifts, values, and traditions that continue to grow and change with each passing generation. Unlike the rigid family trees beloved by pure-blood supremacists, living legacies embrace the understanding that magical families are not museum pieces to be preserved unchanged, but growing organisms that must adapt and evolve to thrive in an ever-changing world. Consider how every magical child born today inherits not just the genetic material of their parents, but the accumulated wisdom, mistakes, triumphs, and dreams of countless ancestors whose choices echo forward through time. This inheritance includes not only magical abilities and family traditions, but also the responsibility to carry forward the best aspects of their heritage, while having the courage to abandon those elements that no longer serve the greater good. The living legacy of magical families manifests most clearly in the choices made by each generation about which traditions to preserve, which to modify, and which to leave behind entirely. The Weasley family's decision to embrace Muggle-born wizards and reject pure-blood ideology represents a conscious choice to evolve their family legacy in ways that honor their values of love, loyalty, and acceptance, while abandoning the prejudices that might have been part of their ancestral heritage. Imagine walking through a modern magical home where family portraits show not just blood relatives, but chosen family members, mentors, and friends who have become integral parts of the family's story. These expanded family galleries represent a new understanding of magical kinship that recognizes how families grow through love and shared experience rather than merely through biological inheritance. The magical abilities that flow through family lines continue to evolve and adapt in response to the changing needs of each generation. A family that once specialized in agricultural magic might find their descendants developing new applications for their inherited earth magic, perhaps in magical conservation efforts or innovative potion-making techniques that address contemporary magical challenges. The preservation of family magical knowledge has taken on new forms that reflect the values and technologies of the modern wizarding world. Instead of hoarding magical secrets within bloodlines, many families now contribute their knowledge to shared magical repositories, educational institutions, and research collaboratives that ensure valuable magical techniques benefit the entire wizarding community. Some of the most beautiful examples of living legacy emerge when families consciously choose to heal historical wounds and transform negative inheritances into positive contributions. Descendants of families that once supported dark magic or pure-blood supremacy have created new traditions of service, equality, and magical healing that deliberately counteract the harmful effects of their ancestors' choices. The international connections that characterize modern magical families have created living legacies that span continents and cultures, weaving together magical traditions from around the world into new syntheses that reflect the global nature of contemporary wizarding society. Children who grow up in these multicultural magical families often develop unique perspectives and abilities that combine the best elements of multiple magical traditions. Consider how the concept of magical adoption has evolved to create new forms of living legacy that transcend biological inheritance entirely. Magical guardians who take in orphan children, families who open their homes to young wizards fleeing persecution, and mentorship relationships that last for decades all contribute to the creation of family bonds that demonstrate how magical kinship extends far beyond genetic connection. The role of magical education in shaping living legacy has become increasingly important as families recognize that formal schooling must be supplemented with family wisdom, values, and traditions that cannot be taught in classrooms. Many families have developed sophisticated systems for ensuring that their children understand not just magical techniques, but the ethical principles and historical context that give meaning to their magical heritage. The documentation of living legacy has expanded beyond traditional family trees to include multimedia family histories that capture the full richness of family experience. These modern family archives might include recorded interviews with elderly relatives, magical photographs that show family traditions in action, and interactive displays that allow family members to explore their heritage in new and engaging ways. Living legacy also encompasses the responsibility that magical families bear for the care and protection of the broader wizarding community. Families that have benefited from their magical heritage often find ways to give back through charitable work, public service, or contributions to magical research and education that help ensure that future generations of all magical children will have opportunities to develop their gifts. The healing power inherent in living legacy becomes evident in families that have overcome historical traumas, genetic curses, or the effects of dark magic through conscious choices to embrace love, forgiveness, and positive change. These families demonstrate how the power of choice and commitment can transform even the most damaged family histories into sources of strength and hope. Some magical families have developed traditions of periodic legacy reviews, where family members gather to discuss their family's history, values, and goals for the future. These family councils provide opportunities for different generations to share perspectives, resolve conflicts, and make collective decisions about how their family's living legacy should continue to evolve. The connection between individual magical development and family legacy has become more nuanced, as families recognize that each member must find their own unique way of contributing to the family's ongoing story. Rather than forcing all family members into predetermined roles, modern magical families encourage individual expression while maintaining the bonds that connect them to their shared heritage. The environmental dimension of living legacy has gained importance as magical families recognize their responsibility to protect the magical creatures, magical plants, and magical locations that have sustained their ancestors for generations. Many families have become actively involved in magical conservation efforts that ensure their descendants will inherit a magical world as rich and diverse as the one they received. The spiritual aspects of living legacy encompass not just the preservation of magical traditions, but the cultivation of wisdom, compassion, and ethical behavior that enables magical families to contribute positively to the evolution of wizarding society. These spiritual inheritances often prove more valuable than any material wealth or magical artifact passed down through family lines. As magical families continue to evolve, they create new forms of living legacy that reflect contemporary values while honoring the essential truths that have sustained magical communities throughout history. These evolving legacies demonstrate that the most important inheritance any family can provide is not wealth or power, but the example of how to live with integrity, love, and respect for the magical gifts that connect all beings. The future of magical family legacy lies not in the preservation of outdated traditions or the maintenance of exclusive bloodlines, but in the creation of inclusive communities that recognize the magical potential inherent in every individual regardless of their ancestry. This vision of magical kinship promises a future where family trees grow ever broader and stronger, rooted in love, rather than limited by prejudice. The ultimate expression of living legacy emerges when magical families understand that their true purpose is not to preserve their own advantage or status, but to contribute to the creation of a magical world where every child can discover their gifts, develop their potential, and add their own unique voice to the eternal song of magical community. As our exploration of magical family trees comes to its gentle conclusion, we are reminded that each of us participates in this living legacy simply by making choices about how to use our magical gifts, how to treat our fellow magical beings, and how to contribute to the ongoing story of magical community that began with the first witch or wizard who chose love over fear, inclusion over exclusion, and hope over despair. In the peaceful twilight that surrounds this final meditation on magical lineage, where every family tree reaches toward the same starlit sky, and every magical soul participates in the eternal dance of heritage and hope, consider this. What magical legacy will you choose to create and pass forward? And how will your life contribute to the great tree of magical kinship that connects all magical beings across time, space, and the infinite possibilities of love?